And let's talk about today. What has happened? Absolutely nothing, honestly. So last night there was a great move from your nightly PMZ. I posted that while I was out and about. I was playing some bingo with the friends and the wife. Yeah, so nice little trade above the PMZ. That worked out. But this morning, again, the bigger focus is the 4 hour. All right. So the 4 hour chart, again, I use the ES futures to guide me in my portfolio. All right. So my thought here is that we're just completely sideways. And what does that mean? It means when I say I got my portfolio, it just means I'm really light right now. Right. I'm really heavy on the cash side. I have some long-term swings. I'm trying to dabble here on the week, see if we can get some sort of move. Got some Spotify to the upside. But far as like being extremely active, I was just being transparent. Like I'm getting a tad bit impatient. I would like to get a little bit more aggressive on my trading, but for right now, I just don't think it's time. Okay, for me, anyways. Because sure, you can look at this and you can you can see it's just sideways. So even on the put side and the call side, unless you're scalp trading or intraday trading for quick gains, this is just a time for me to be patient. I do and want to reiterate that I want to get long down towards this level. Okay. There might have been a little bit of confusion yesterday. Despite where I want to get long, all right, or where I want to get short, doesn't mean that we can't trade mechanically to the upside and downside using the PMZ. So I want to make sure we're clear on that this morning. So ES futures, this is a 4 hour chart. We're in the cloud. I expect choppiness. Notice that the trendy edge is holding. Far as I'm concerned, the trendy edge is support right now. There's a couple things that are going on. If we zoom in here, the bottom of the cloud is right there, and you have the trendy edge. It has been tested 2 times. 2 times it has worked. There are two different scenarios here. We either break down below this thing and we head towards demand, okay, or we're making higher lows from the edge, and then it looks more like this, okay, and then basically you get this little flag going there. Okay. So those are the two scenarios. And on a pullback this morning, if we're to get more of a pullback, I'm paying attention to the pivot low over here. Okay. All right. Let's go on. As far as resistance is concerned, sure, I have a box up here at 41.44 by 41.55. But again, if we zoom in and just use structure, guess what? There's an inside and down right here. Okay. So we're creating little pockets of supply above. Everybody see that? So it's just formations on different time frames. We continue, and that's why I like this target here. The timing is the variable. I can't tell you how long it will take. I can't tell you if we don't pop 30 points and then right back down. But there has to be a if this, then that for a bigger picture. Okay? The bigger picture, because I guarantee somebody in here, somebody somewhere, even after yesterday's little attempt, would say, hey, this thing's really looking bullish, right? And it is. I'm not saying it's not, but the bigger picture is that we are still making lower highs. All right. And we're still not out of this cloud. Therefore, we're looking for this. If this, then that. If price can break above 618, okay, so let's take this pivot here, come down to the pivot low. All right. And if we make a new pivot low, you would change these fibs. But, well, let's start here. If price can actually break over the 38.2, which is the bearish channel, then things start to look a little bit different. Okay. Or if it breaks above the 618, and check it out, you got some structure there as well, then the trend is broken and the bulls are back in charge. So basically 41.69, you would have to get above there. So let's go ahead and create, okay, let's create an alert at or above this level, okay? And then I want to create an alert down below the pivot low, okay? At or below. If this, then that. If price breaks above 41.71, bulls are back in charge. We break below 41.03, look for probably a higher probability that we start headed down here towards demand. Now, I want to zoom in one more time and show you. This is the structure that I used. Just know that on futures, what you can see is that you can take these wicks, okay, and I could draw a line right here on this wick, and we'll do that just so that we're aware that price could turn there. Okay, price could turn there. So perhaps 40.91 would be the bottom today. All right, so just want to throw that out there. But this is not hindsight trading. I came with you with its blueprint 2 days ago. Here we are, right? Sunday. And everything's kind of playing out. It's super choppy. It looks like it wants to move down here. But again, I just want to make sure you understand that. Okay? It's real easy to get mixed up, and that's why we have to do the if, this, and that. And this is also why I like to concentrate on the bigger picture. Because if you're thinking about swinging things, to me, if we're going to swing something, then it's more of a scale in, right? Because we can't be perfect. We're not perfect. All right. We're going to lose. Our timing is going to be off sometimes, and that's okay. But if you have a plan, like, hey, I think it's getting close to demand. I'm going to go long Amazon, about right here. Oh man, it keeps dipping in. It finally hit that demand zone that John was talking about. It starts to turn around. We're starting to look like buyers come in. Boom, I add to my Amazon. Things start going up. Yes, demand levels working. I go ahead and trim my Amazon. We get past the 41.69. We've broken the trend. My Amazon's on fire. Things are going well. That's a plan. Okay. You can still add again. It keeps breaking down. Man, I got stopped out. It's just a trade, folks. It's just a plan, the process that we want to concentrate on. Okay. So right now we're in, unfortunately, a sideways trend, and we have Jerome coming on the mic today. All right. And I looked at Market Watch and I was like, man, did I post the wrong Market Watch over the weekend? Well, they changed it up big time. I went back and I looked at the dates and I'm like, no, I used the right one. But they changed it quite a bit. We have a lot of feds on. And it's so funny because in my head, and I'm not sure this is the way it happened, but in my head, the way that it went down is like they're like, well, we need some more Fed heads in here to speak. Market's not down enough. Let's make it a little volatile, a little crazy, push price down into demand. So they're like, hey man, Jerome, can you jump on the mic from 12:40 today Eastern time? He's like, sure, and they're doing their thing. So, anyways, here we are. What time does the PMZ update for cash trading day? It updates. So I start to really pay attention to it just a few minutes before. I mean, especially if we're getting volatility. So if we're getting a lot of volatility before the market open, you're going to see that the numbers are going to change. If it's just slowly drifting, you won't see much change. But the big thing is about 5 minutes before. Yeah, you'll see it populate 5 minutes before. Yeah. All right, guys. So again, demand down here at 40.75. I think I hit that on the head enough. Far as like scalp trading, let's take it to a smaller time frame. Here's your PMZs, your PMZ numbers right now. And again, depending on, if price stalls here, then maybe these will be the numbers. But we'll look at them a little bit closer to the open. If we're on a 5-minute screen, just pay attention to these. So we have a PMZ high of 4,119. And we have a PMZ low of 4,115 and 75. That's for right now. Your risk today is 3.25. Let's go ahead and mark those just so I could show you guys. Okay. So 41.19. All right. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm going to put one right there. Let's take this off. And then let's put one at 41.15.75. Okay. So about right here. All right. So that's your PMZ for right now. Okay. And one thing that I want you guys to do, remember, we were talking about this yesterday, is just, be mechanical, but always look up and to the left as well. So notice that your 41.19, if you look up and to the left, happens to be right by this inside and down formation. Okay. Also, current price is underneath the cloud. So this is a 5-minute cloud. If we trend down, I bet you this 5-minute cloud will be resistance for the entire day. Okay. Until we start to break over that cloud, things start to look a little bit better. Remember, pay attention to the divergence between the cloud and price. Okay. The more that we drop and the faster we drop, especially here right before open, your risk is going to change, but you're also going to create divergence. I want you to pay attention to the TTM Pro. Okay, it's getting close to an area where we should start to see some yellow bars pop up. And that probably most likely is going to be down here towards the trendy edge. All right, now again, it's been tested a couple times, but Looks like it's probably going to be support when I look at the TTM and where we are right now. Okay. Anyways, all right. So that's a 5 minute look. Far as what I'm looking for today, I'm just I'm gonna keep it really light. So I'm gonna look at Disney. All right, so here's Disney. It's at 109.77 by 110.55. Let's come over to the 4 hour. This is my blueprint for today. And, just in case it looks crazy, let me explain it to you really quick. I have a zone down here at 108 to 107. I have a line of support at 109.28. And when I drew this, current price was up here around 110 and some change. And I'm looking for it to pull back. They have earnings on Wednesday. I'd like to see, some sort of attempt to pull back in this area. Notice down here it says around here, I would like to take the trade. I'm still, do I want to take options or do I want to take equity? Typically, if we're really close to earnings, if the premium's really high, I'll jump on equity and wait to trade, options when we're not running into earnings this close. But we'll see. If they're inexpensive to me, then I'll just trade the options. But once again, I would like to take the trade in this area. I don't have to be exact, okay? I really don't. Sometimes we are, but I really don't need to be exact here. But I just know that in here, I'll be looking at the ES futures. I'll be looking at the overall market performance. I'm looking for buyers to step in, and this is where I'd like to try longs on Disney. So somewhere around 109.28 to 108 in this area is where I'll attempt to get long on Disney. Okay, that's my plan. And once I buy down here, what happens, and I want to make sure everybody understands this, once I buy down here, if I'm right, okay, then the levels that I had, okay, let's just say it breaks through here, okay, and then I don't go long until about right here. All right, now this level becomes a trend level. So, Disney starts going up, boom, I trim, pull stops up, trim, pull stops up, trim, pull stops up. Okay, that's the way that this works for me. All right. All right, so that's Disney. That's all I really have for this morning. If you guys have any questions, just reach out and I'll let Melissa take over from here. And then if you guys have questions in the main chat, then I'll answer those. Thank you. All right, awesome. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, so hey, I don't want to ever like not go over a trade. So if you didn't read up the updates, the pins trade I thought was just, when we hit the level yesterday, I had two thoughts here. Yee, I was gonna make my money on the put side, right? And then I was like, it just barely bounced. It was like at 24, and I was like, maybe I buy like equity here because this is a demand zone. And I will tell you for this year, anyways, and for this earning season, I think I've won all the earning trades I've taken. But this one is a perfect example of what can happen and sometimes will happen when I use my strategy going into earnings. So we use these levels and they're absolutely beautiful. I mean, look at that. Now, what's been happening is when I buy the put side or the call side, is that it'll stay down here, or it flushes and we get full profits on that. Okay. Well, pins has been pretty strong over the year, and they had like some investments from Elliott. And so that really like helps the stock here, I think, long term. And so the demand levels are working. So this is a great representation of the levels that I provide for you guys. And you'll see that not only do they work for, obviously for earnings, but they work into econ data and all that. We show you the levels for FOMC days. And so supply and demand definitely is the go-to. No matter how I look, no matter what we're looking at, the levels just work so well. All right. Now, the plan here for me is not to do anything with this. Matter of fact, what I could do is buy back the short side and just keep the puts because they'll be so cheap. This thing was like at 100 implied volatility, I think, yesterday. And these were super inexpensive. I want to say we paid like 15 cents or something for these. Would I look at maybe just buy them back? And if the market decides to dump and pens comes all the way back down here, then I make some money. To the upside, what I could do, depending on what those look like, I bought all the way out to 17 March. So it looks pretty bullish as of right now. And if these took a big hit because of premium decay, I could buy back the short side here. And now I'm in a long-term trade. So it's almost like a placeholder, if you will. So if we were to zoom up here and take a look at how much I paid for the pins, the puts were only 17 cents, by the way. And then the call side was 35 cents. Okay. So I get to still stay in these. I can decide whether or not I want to just have a spread that gets me all the way until 17 March, or do I want to buy back the short side and just ride calls? I'm going to give it a little bit of time, see what happens. If this and that, really. If we start to bid above here, then the calls look really good going into March. So let's go ahead and create alert at or above there. And if for some reason pins comes all the way back to being in the money, which is about right here, let's go ahead and create alert at or below and just be patient with it. It's only Tuesday. All right. And again, let's have a great day. I'm just being transparent. I love to share my emotions with you and how I feel as a trader. And as much as I say I love being patient, and I do think I'm being patient for the last 2 weeks, to be honest with you, um, I'm getting a little restless. All right. And I love to see price actually get to a level. This is not my favorite part of trading during chop. Just kind of waiting for these levels. It can be very difficult. I was kind of going through comments yesterday. Some of you guys did great. Some of you guys got chopped up. Um, in choppy conditions, especially for my future traders, if you guys are making money in the early morning, why stick around? Like, take your money and leave. Come back when we hit a demand level or we hit a supply level. Again, I always like to remind people, what were your goals when you first started trading? Many of you came in with the idea that you make a couple $100 a day, a couple $100 a week, to becoming overnight millionaires. Hey, this is really working. I love this process, and I want to be a millionaire today. Just go back to the basics. Let's just try to hit base hits right now, especially right now. I mean, all the time, but especially right now when it's choppy. If we take trades to the upside, understand that the overall trend right now, there's lower highs. Okay. So if you're up 20, 30% and you're waiting for 200, 300%, there's a likelihood that your position that was green on the upside could go red. All right. So base hits means 25, 30%, 40%, 60%. then you have runners. Trending market is a little bit different, 50%, 100%, 200%, those type of things. But right now, it's just continues to be choppy, and you guys can see that. Far as the PMZ goes, let's go over here to the 5 minute. You guys can see we have the PMZ, it's just popped up. Overall risk says 3.65, so for me that means 3.75 to 4. Up above the PMZ, you could see prices move into, let's get some targets for you guys, okay? If we break above the PMZ, I'm using the structure to the left, see this inside and down, I'm coming just below it. And then I'm going to use the line in the sand. And then just over here on the left-hand side, I have an arrow. I'm going to go right into that structure. So those are targets to the upside if indeed, we were to push above the PMZ. A couple things you want to look at today. Look at the 5 minute cloud and look at the PMZ. Okay. See how there's confluence here, folks? Remember, the cloud is resistance until proven otherwise. Okay. Until proven otherwise. All right. So really what you need, bulls, right? If you're bullish and you want things to turn around, then price is going to have to move up here, probably hits the cloud, comes in a little bit, maybe builds. What you want to see is bids above the line in the sand today. All right. Two yellow bars right now, very close to the trendy edge down here, so close to support. And I think, let's see here, as far as like things trending this morning, AMD looked pretty good earlier. So that might be something that you want to pay attention to. Okay. And I have that on, I have what Melissa's looking at. I have Disney on here and I actually have AMD because it came into a zone a couple days ago and is up, just close to $1 this morning. Okay. All right, guys, let's have a good one. We have about 1 minute left. Good luck. Let's talk it through. Be patient, wait for levels. And for you guys who are thinking about journaling, make sure you do that. Can't wait to see your journals. Oh, yeah, let's look at pins. Let me see what those, for the March ones, how much risk that would give me if I bought back the short side. Pretty much dead even right now. That was crazy. We're in the money. Those are only 30, well, 30 by 66 cents. I'm going to leave them alone for right now. And there's that support coming in for ES so far. It's just a small bounce right back into the cloud. We got one yellow bar trying to pop up here. Nice little bounce off the support. And let's bring this chart over. Just like that. CCL is doing good. Disney bouncing from 109.28. ES futures bouncing from support. Nice little push up there. Let's see. What do we got? Netflix is up about 20% or something. I feel like with the timing here, folks, unfortunately, because of, well, especially because of that. Let's see. Just kind of leave it. See if we get like 140. Yeah, I'm just gonna close out. I don't like the timing. I don't like that support keeps holding, and with a hedge, I'm just gonna um, leave that there. I think we are 3 days down. Is that correct? Let's see. Yeah, and so I think because of that, I'm gonna close that Netflix trade for now. Let's see, support holding, and we are 3 days down in the market. So hopefully you guys understand that. And then let's see. And let's see. Pins down about $1.30. Okay. And so what I want to do, since it's down a little bit, is I'm actually gonna look at the call side and see how much. Yeah. So I'm just gonna buy these back and assume the risk here of 28 by 32 cents. Okay. Um, we still have the puts, so that's fine. Netflix closed. Yeah, let's look at the possibility if ES can break support and come down to 40.75, that would be roughly about 35 points. So about $3 to downside on the SPY if it continues to break down and support doesn't hold. So far, like a daily hedge, if I end up getting into one, it would have to be down there. Look at this 5 minute that I put together for you guys. Notice that the PMZ has held its resistance for right now. Also notice that support holds. Okay. And so for anybody that's just looking at the PMZ trade and might be new here, what would you do? So you buy the edges, use the same risk. So your stop would be 3. Okay. And your stop would be down here. And then you're trimming into this level, this level, this level. That's providing you have multiple contracts. And then, if you were to break out right here. Okay, so that's how I trade the edges. I just do bracket trades if I trade off of the levels. Okay. So again, not expecting too much until bulls can prove that they can actually get over the cloud today. You don't want to be the trader, guys. Let me just go ahead and put this out there. You do not want to be the trader who, is just keeps trying to buy to the long side, not using levels, okay? And then you go back at the end of the day and notice that every time you try to get long, you were trying to get long into a cloud. Everybody understand that? Just want to make sure because I've been there many, many times. Okay. Many times. And you feel like, why would I try to go long in here? Okay. So let's just stay patient. Okay. And kind of let price discover itself. Where does it want to be? All right. And personally, I am a little biased to down here, but I'm also being patient. You have two choices. You could try to short these things down to here, if you're that convicted, or you could just wait. BA is up $2 today. Google's up 70 cents. Nice little mixture of things to see here today. Tesla's up just a tad. XLE basically broke down. Um, Kim Vesco, we were talking yesterday about like strategy, right? Um, what are you trying to find out, Kim? Well, I could tell you we have like 100 people using them. So usually it comes down to, um, typically it comes down to just something you haven't clicked on there. Just make sure you have extended traded hours turned on and that you're only looking at a 5-minute chart. And let's look. Here, let's pull it up. Are you watching the screens right now? If you are, let me know. Let's pull it up and see if we can figure it out real quick. All right, let's see. Let's see what I have that may be different than yours. All right, so SPX won't have a pre-market zone. Okay, let's go over to Apple and make sure I have my stuff turned on. So you can't be on a 3-minute. You got to be on a 5-minute. Okay, or 2-minute or 1-minute. All right. Let's see. Let me just go across this screen and look. So down here I have ETH. Make sure you're on a 5-minute and make sure the session says ETH. Also, Kim, on the make sure your data. So we're using if you go to pin messages here inside the main chat, we have a certain data plan that we use. It's like an extra $3 or something, maybe $4 that we use to try to get our prices closer to Thinkorswim. Okay. And let's go to settings. And I don't think any of this would make a difference for you. Maybe what you can do to try to make it easier is take a screenshot and send it to me, and let's take a look. But typically, I think, isn't that right, Benji? Most people, it's because they don't have their extended trading hours on, or they're not looking at it on the right time frame and they thought they were, those type of things. I think that's like the first couple things you want to look at there. Hmm. But he should still be getting the pre-market zone, though. Yeah. Yeah. Well, another thing you can do is just take it off and then reinstall it. Try that. Yeah. Yeah. We never know what they're looking at either. Could be looking at a name that doesn't trade pre-market or there's no data there. Disney's getting a nice little bounce from that 109.28, folks. So right in here. Okay. AMD still trying to hold that edge. XLE. You guys are in XOM? Is that what you're trading? Yeah. The daily edge there. Nice. Yeah, Kim, when I first started using TradingView, that kept happening to me. And I kept getting frustrated and going back to my developer, and he's like, dude, just turn it off and turn it back on, basically, or uninstall it, reinstall it. TradingView does do some weird stuff here and there where you have to reset things. That's for sure. Oh shit, what'd I do? Okay. Whew. Mhm. Yeah, I'm looking at the top of that cloud. Hmm. Yeah, but if it breaks that, boing, could see 115. That'd be awesome. That's what I'm saying. 115. Get that 115.60. You could do it. I feel it. So how's the little yeah. 120. How's it how's the little one? Yeah. Mm, gotcha. Hmm. Yeah, me either. Right. Hmm. Boys will be boys. Okay, Amazon under 100. I'm gonna go take a look at this guy again. Just weak, man. I did. Hmm. This is a, let's see here, 1, 2, 3 days down. Let's look at the weekly. It hit the cloud, on that pop going into earnings. It This is the bottom of the weekly right there. It's already been tested, and then we have this one. So we have a zone here that's already been tested. Let's look at how far it's broken down from the last 2 months. It's right underneath the 38. So for anybody that's interested in Amazon, I would not be interested unless it gets back above 101.30 or we dip down towards 93. So I'm going to put an alert at or below down there, and then one above 101.30 and create. Let's go back to ES. Floppy. Floppy and choppy, guys. Floppy and choppy. XOM pushing over your cloud there. Nice. show you this, Melissa. XOM, that's right. Let's go. Let's go, XOM. Let's see, how many options do you have on that? Added. Okay, one. And I think you had four. Okay, gotcha. Um, I just sent you a chart that I wanted to show you real quick. I think he's using the daily though. Yeah, baby. Wait a minute, I'm gonna come see you. Hey guys, I'll be right back in a few minutes. Nothing to really do here. It's still, the PMZ's rejecting, no close above the PMZ. Again, not much to do. All right, guys. So far, nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing besides Melissa's great trade on XOM, 50% there for me. Again, looking for big picture here, just waiting for demand, trying to be patient and kind of mess around with some of the debit spreads I have, but no serious trades for me yet. I don't feel like it's time for me to press the gas pedal. So in the meantime, I'm just kind of scanning around, seeing what I can find. I almost took some Disney. But looking at the 4 hour over here on the ES futures, again, if I'm judging my portfolio off of this, this is what we call an H pattern, or it stands for hope. So I hope that the market does not drop anymore. And this kind of, it just looks perfect for a break and a test down here. So, um, and again, I could be shocked. We bounce really hard again and they just kind of push it sideways. But we always say that Jerome creates a playing field, or any big catalyst creates a playing field. For me, this is home base down here. Would make more sense if he could push it down into here somehow. And just because it gets here, just so you all know, does not mean that we just buy it because it touches in here. I'll be looking at things on a smaller time frame. If for some reason they just kind of push it sideways for now until noon, which would be insane. But if they do, they have a range to play with. So you have this inside and down right up here. And so price could push to the upside and stall right here. And at the end of the day, these end up being the playing field. Okay. So you guys could see over and over, and we talked about this. So higher low this morning from support. So if that's all they want to do, that's okay. All right. It just kind of sets up for a very, very tight range, if you will. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also on your pins trade, up to you guys. We have 4 days, but it's break even on the put side, and so make sure you have some trims in there for a percentage gain in case it wants to keep dropping down a little bit. Melissa, are you talking or are you staying off the mic this morning? We, it's okay. Oh, gotcha. Let's see. I'm trying to see what Dave did over in the future. Long in the PNZ trade right now from 41.24. I don't think we got a signal to the long side, but and I just took a trade off of that ES support because we're making higher lows and just trimming out of there. So for future traders, once again, guys, PMZ is a cool strategy. It's fun, but I kind of started this venture by using supply and demand levels. The PMZ, the pre-market zone, is just based off of momentum on the pre-market, just studying back, looking at how price reacts off of that. But I would have to say, like, the key ingredient to everything I teach is supply and demand. And so the edges, don't forget about the edges. Edges are great to trade off of. I think I see people like here and there get beat up around the PMZ, and I'm like thinking, man, look at this edge. Look how it just keeps producing points over and over and over. So really, there's two different ways, in my opinion, to trade this. You can wait for the reclaim. You can just say, I don't care, and you take the trade. And as long as I'm following, this is just my own thing. I don't like tell people they have to do this or anything, but I just started noticing that over the last several months, like, why not take the PMZ risk and apply it to an edge trade? You see what I mean? So once we come in to the edge, you just set up your bracket, you go long, 3.5, 4 point stop, trim at the levels above. Comes in, reclaims, same thing, rinse and repeat. Okay. Now, notice, and again, I'm going to keep going over this because I don't know who's popping on and off, but notice how the 5 minute cloud is resistant. So if you're taking longs from the edge, then your reward is limited right now, folks. The better trade always is when we're above something and we have the cloud at the back, right, of our cells, and then we're just looking for that trend to continue to the upside. Right now, we're kind of fighting against the current. The current is saying down. And I mean, look at the current. Like if you were to look at this cloud, I mean, it looks like current to me. Sorry, I live on the water, so it's like this is the current, and you're trying to swim through straight through this. It's not easy. You end up what happens if the current is drifting south? In this case, let's just say that this over here is, to the west or something, right? I mean, I'm just saying. So if it's going this way, right, and you're trying to swim against it, you end up somewhere way over here. It's like, right? You end up somewhere way over here. This is kind of cool, actually. I never thought of it this way. So, which equals chopped it down, until this strong swimmer can make it through that current and all of a sudden it becomes support. That's a different story. Then we can trade to the upside. My PL is looking a lot like you guys were sharing yesterday. I'm up, but I'm like, since I'm trading so light, it's like enough to buy a cheeseburger. But I mean, at the same that I think that's what, like, again, being transparent was making me impatient. I'm like, come on, like I want to see some big money, and but at the same time, I can't be mad. It's like, well, exactly, right? Google is really strong. It's up $1.70 now, and just kind of rising. Microsoft strong, Nvidia looking good. Uh, AMD down about 27 cents. Look at this Google trade out of the PMZ. Whew. Yeah. I need to talk to Dex. So long term, I really want to put like 50% of my portfolio in something. I don't know how I want to approach this because in this account, I would like to do that, but I don't want it to be like part of, you know, something where people are asking me questions all the time. It'd be like a long-term hold. Trading account, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Huh, baby? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if we can get her out, she's working today. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, guys. So here we go. It's just a matter of time. It's just such a slow ride. Hey, Melissa, this is so crazy. So I told Melissa, I said, hey, let's get on a call. And I just wanted to discuss the cycle, and her and I were talking about it. And it just look how it's like working out. It's so, the transition can be so difficult sometimes. And for me, I used to feel a lot of pressure. All right. Again, just being transparent. I used to feel a lot of pressure and feel like I had to trade because we had members and, people are expecting, trades all the time. And I just found that over a long period of time, it's just worth being more patient than it is for me to get chopped up. Um, we could try to sell. I was hoping for a little pop there, a little bit bigger of a pop to try to sell some call credit spreads, but for right now, I think it's important to just kind of hang back. And I feel like I fast forward, 10 minutes from now, we'll pop up to a little bit. And then 10 minutes after that, we'll come back to support. It's just like you can get banged up pretty easy. And I think I've been through so much. It's so hard for me to explain unless you guys have been trading a long time. It's just I've been there and done it, and I just feel like you should listen to me. Like it's a lot better to just be patient than to get wrapped up in what you're seeing, or if you're paying attention to a lot of other people. You just never know everybody's story. So if somebody's like, "Oh yeah, well I did this and I made this money," and there's a lot behind that, you know. I think what's neat about here is that the story for me really comes down to just looking at the alerts and understanding the proof of concept. And days like this, take some trades. Melissa's providing really nice trade here. But also on top of that, I think it's a great time to just be educated. If you have questions about what we're doing, any other particular questions, please ask now, right? Um, but I also don't want to be like that person, and Melissa and I talked about this, be that person that we just stare at shit while it goes down. We do not want to be that person either. But the timing is really crucial. And you can see that the transition over the last 2 days. So we've been right on the trajectory. Okay. But look at the last 2 days. Like it's just such a slow way of dropping things that I mean, the ES is only down 14 points, you know, it's only down 14 points. Or I mean, and some people it will feel like 100. If you went long Amazon yesterday and you're down 3 today, and you look over at the ES futures and you're like, we're down 14 points. The Nasdaq's only down 4, Melissa, and Amazon's down 3. And I've been in that position. I've had the worst luck, in the past, where I could be in all the wrong trades no matter what. It's going to happen. And I always think to myself, God, John, like this stock over here is up 10 today, and you're in the only stock that's down. I've been there. So if any of you guys are finding yourselves in that position, if you're taking some of your own trades and this and that, then, know that you're not alone. We all tend to do stuff like that. Yeah. So I think that Melissa is already um she's big on, especially sometimes I don't look anymore, Melissa, right? Because I'm just used to your consistency. But typically you're trading right at the money or in the money, correct? I mean yeah. 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 There you go. Yeah. I think that's a great one. And that's what I always say. If you're way right, if you're way out of the money, that's the thing about swings. You don't know how long it's going to take. So trying to pick your T2 or T3 to me is like not the way to do it. Now I say that, but I also traded Tesla $200 out of the money, right? And I mean, I almost made 1,000% there, but yeah, and the trade's still up like 600% or something like that. But and I just kept laying into it because it was in demand, and I went way out of the money like that because those are the kind of names. If it works, the people still remember 2 years ago, right? And they're like, this shit could take off to 1,000. So the people that are selling those calls, they start to get worried. You know, you have a 10%, 20% up day, and they start having flashbacks of 2 years ago when they were selling these calls and probably had to cover for thousands of percent on the deficit side. So I'm just like that's a great opportunity to take advantage of people, basically, you know. You can't do that to all stocks. Like you couldn't buy Apple, 50 bucks out of the money. They go up 5%, and all of a sudden you're making 1,000% because nobody really expects Apple to go from 150 to 250 in the next couple weeks or anything. So it you would make a ton of money because nobody would expect that, you know. And that's what I love about demand zones. High time frame demand zones, if you're paying attention to them, you can go out of the money. So if we find a quarterly demand zone, right? And you buy way out of the money, just throw those fibs on there like I showed you guys and say it's in a big downtrend and we buy the 23 or 38% of that downtrend, you can usually make a really nice percent return. What was that name? Come on, guys, help me out. Like a week or two ago, something really came down. INSEE, wasn't it? Intel? Yeah, let's see where it's at now. Okay. Remember, it was coming right into demand, and I should have followed it up. And I think we went to, yeah, I mean, look at this. It come into demand. Um, they were making such a big deal about it. And look at it. I mean, last month it hit that level that I gave you, 26.48, and then it popped from there. And that's the thing is that everybody, and I say everybody, the majority of people and news was leading you to believe that this thing was going to zero. But on a quarterly time frame, okay, see these two, this is a monthly, but see these two demand zones? They're even annotated with arrows for you. That allows you to know that we have some sort of structure in there that we specifically look for at Trendy. Okay. Now, look here on the quarterly. We came down into demand. Okay. Into demand back in July. And then we've been hanging out this entire time. Okay. And for me, this is where it gets really interesting because this would be more of a long term trade. If price can hold this zone and really just 26 and a half, then we were looking for prices to hit 34 and 42 this year. Does that make sense to everybody? So here, let's throw some fibs on here. We're going to go from this pivot high to the pivot low. And see, that's what I identified here. 23.6. And let's do that number, the 38.2. Okay. And so you're saying 35 by 40. That's what I'm saying, not you. 35 by 40 basically is what I'm looking for. And this is where we bring ATR into the mix. Okay. And you know how like Elliott wave traders, they use all these different like ABCs and whatever. I think it's kind of cool. I've never actually looked into it. Don't want to because they seem like they're always got a reason why they're wrong. And so they never just admit they're wrong. They're just like, yeah, yeah, it's because the B and the C and the yada. Now it's because the L, and that's just what I've seen. So you're either right or wrong, right? But here, what we can do is we can actually do basically the same sort of setup by using structure. Okay. So I could say that this wave comes out of demand and then the arrow should push to a smaller time frame supply zone that's somewhere between here and here. Okay. And so what I could do is then I go to a monthly. Okay, watch this. So we'll go to a monthly and then look up and to the left to see if we can find any structure before that 23.6. So right here. So see right here? I'm just going to go to the top of that candle. And this is where I'd expect price to go. And you can see that it's, excuse me, it's already done that. Okay, so that was my first move that I would expect. Okay, now what would it do from there? Can anybody answer this question? If we went from demand to this level here, where would you expect price to pull back to and hold? Anybody know? So where would our next arrow be going? Everything I teach you. Exactly. Exactly. So now just take this structure, go from this. Actually, we're going to use this pivot here because this is the new trend. And we are going to use the 38.2. All right. You can see it's holding the 618. Okay. So here. Okay. We need to build value above there. And then we go back up. Check this out. We have a future edge. Okay. So you see something like this. Back to 23 to 38%. Back to the top. So you get like a double top in here. And then the move up to here, you got to figure out in this structure, do we have any sort of inside and down? Well, you can see that we can't see it on the monthly. So now we drop it down into the weekly. Let's look for that little circle that I just annotated. Okay, right here. Now we're looking for structure again. Is there anything in here we can use? This is actually an inside and down again on the weekly. Okay. Now I know just because I've been doing this a while that right there, even though it might not be a perfect inside and down, if I were to drop this down to a smaller time frame, we would find something in there, or maybe even through those three candles. So let's go to the daily. And there's that circle. And then we want to look for structure. So I'm going to go to the top of this candle here. I can use the top of this candle. This is an inside and down. I know it's hard for you guys to see because of the colors. I'm just looking at another indicator we have. Do you guys know what these colors are? I told you before, but I don't know if anyone listened because I might have said it fast or something like that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So this is what this is. If you come over here, yep, that's right. And the gray is just like a neutral, if you would, or kind of like the white candles. So that's what's going on there. So what we could do is we just found more levels. So we just come back. I'll get to the bigger time frame. And these two are too close. So I'm going to take the one that's closest. I'm going to go like that. And so this is like the trajectory for me that I would be using. So up here, come back, test what was resistance, and then my overall target's like that. So it's biased to the upside, all right, obviously, because, and just so I can make everyone understand, the reason why it's biased to the upside is why? Because we came into demand on a quarterly time frame. Okay. So the bigger picture, and this is the thing that's really difficult. Like if I was just sitting at home taking my own trades and nobody, I wasn't sharing, I wasn't teaching, not doing anything. The big thing about these, okay, is that for me, anyways, is that this would be a trade that people forget about. You know, it's like the Tesla trade. You know, I had a person that came in here and he'd taken one of my swing trades and he's like, "Awesome, man! I just like hit my first swing trade with you, dude." And this was like 3 months ago, right? Then he took Tesla trade with me, right? I'm just giving you guys some examples. Took the Tesla trade, right? Long time, like we were in this thing for months, right? And I'm sure, I guarantee you, he probably was like, "This ain't gonna work," right? And then months later, it's like, boom, it worked. You have to have the right mindset. You cannot take a quarterly demand zone and be expecting for things to work in a couple weeks. Every once in a while, we'll get lucky and it will work. But I'm telling you, if you're going to use a quarterly, if you commit to the candle, that means we want to see by the end of the quarter that Intel can actually close above this. Okay. So I mean, you have to wait for a quarter. You cannot, come in here and be like, "Oh man, well this swing doesn't work." If we took it off a quarterly, you come back and then tell me at the end of the quarter if it worked or not. Okay. For equity trading, I'll tell you, for like just shares, so much easier. You don't have to worry about theta decay and that type of stuff. But the issue is that most people that get into trading don't have the type of capital, where they're going to make a dent in their PL by trading shares. A lot of people are in the trading business because they want to get in and out of options and stuff like that. But just want to put that out there. So if I were trading shares, this would be, the area where for me, I'd be accumulating in this area. Okay. Just me. Based off of quarterly. Okay. There's other things you could do. You can hedge your long-term position. Remember, I show you that on the debit side. You could go several weeks out and go, okay, well, if it comes back down to 26, I'll buy some debit spreads, you know, and do like a 28 by 26 puts, you know, or you can sell calls against your long-term position, you know, and you would sell them above the targets. So I'd be selling calls. I don't think their options are very expensive. I'm just trying to give you a couple hypotheticals, but selling calls above this level because we expect this to be resistance until it's not. Just like if we go over to the SPY and QQQ strategy, right? If we pull this up, so look at this. The levels are working, folks. So just imagine, I think you and I, Melissa, were talking about this over the weekend, coming in and just selling iron condors, at your levels, you know? How many times do you see, I've been doing this for 6 years and I have the data down here to show you guys, is that, we hit our targets, right? And then they pull back and then they flag and then they hit this target. How many times does it end up working? Or it drops down to here and it bounces. So I get the questions all the time. Hey, John, how can I do this? I don't have the time. Well, if you know how to do credit spreads, you could try this out for size. Try selling. If my methodology or strategy is that the numbers above us are resistance until proven otherwise, and the ones below us are support until proven otherwise, why not try that? Okay. You won't know unless you try. What's he talking about? Oh, just yeah, the easiest answer for me is exactly what you get with the API. So if you were to take these exact trades in your Thinkorswim, that's exactly what the percentage is going to say. Basically, our developer, right, is tapped into the API and it shows you what Thinkorswim would show you. It's going off the last time you added. So if Melissa bought two and she's down 30%, but then she buys four and then she sells two of those last four, then you're getting a percentage of that. But I think it's the cost basis. The easiest thing to do is just ask the broker, and I have done it a couple times as well. I wish it was a little bit different because it can be a little like confusing. To me, it's easy if you just look at the ads. First in, first out. I think it's how you set it up. I think I have, let me see what I have if I go to take a trade. I don't know what I have mine set up as. Set up. Um, let's see. I don't know if it's on here. This is kind of a cool feature, guys. If you hit setup and you pull this up, the general, the notifications, all this stuff right here. This is kind of neat. You could do different things from here. So for like your orders and positions, you could set this up to have um, templates so that you are. Oh, and also look and feel is really cool. So you could do dark, light, old school, Chinese dark, Chinese light. It's kind of crazy. The font size. So if you're like me and you have a hard time seeing, you could change the font, which is really cool. A lot of people don't know this. Spacing. Yeah, it's kind of neat. Your display, calculations, and but let me see. Active trader. Here we go. Let me see. Is this it? One of these. Okay, right here. So for stocks, you can change it right here. Check this out under order defaults. You can literally come in here and change this. So if you're like a big trader and you always take 1,000 shares, automatically when you go in to take the trade, it's going to say 1,000 shares. Did you guys know that you could do that right here? I didn't know this for like several years, which was kind of crazy. You can go to options right here and go to your default, okay, quantity of orders. The only thing that I don't like, I wish they would give you the ability to change it to dollars. You can only do that on the buy screen. I really wish they would do that. That way, like for you, Melissa, if you're like, hey, for the first quarter, my top allocation is 600, you just type it in here. You never have to do that again. Like that would be super cool. Right, you can. That's right. But I'm saying like to bypass everything and never have to worry about it again. And then you can be like, hey guys, I made 200% in the first quarter using the best methodology ever. And now I'm going to increase it. And then you just come over here and change it. That would be awesome. And then, yeah. And then futures, you could do the same thing over here. So kind of neat. Yeah, and the word misleading, I get kind of where you're coming from, but you should look at 99% of other traders who are running services who are writing alerts. That's misleading. This is literally coming from the API. So, I mean, that's something with Thinkorswim, not with us. So, I could send you to a couple services that'll mislead you. Hey, don't talk about TOS. Don't talk about TOS. They're not trash. All these smaller companies, when we hit, like if we crash or something, I guarantee you they will get their asses handed to them. It happens every time. They'll seize up, they'll break, people won't get their money. I put my money where the bigger money is, you know, and I trust TD Ameritrade. Like, have they had issues in the past during volatility? Sure. But this is like for me, you know, like comparing Robinhood to here, or even a futures like platform. I won't say any names, but I've seen it. So when the volatility hits, everybody's happy. And then all of a sudden, shit freezes up, and they can't get out of their trades, and their brokers can't be found. I'm going to the big companies. You know, that's just me. Does E Trade have a platform that is set up strictly for like day traders, like really fast stuff? What is their like? Because like this is TD with Thinkorswim. What does E Trade have? What is like their thing? E Trade Pro. E Trade Pro. It's like EA Sports. EA Sports. What did you say? Yes. That's so funny that you know that. One of my favorite games when I was in England. So I used to race motorcycles. I've shared my pictures in here before, like on the track, like crotch rockets, I guess people would say, or like, that type of racing. I did that for many, many years. And one of my favorite things to do, I could not get enough of racing. I'd come home and then I'd play EA Sports MotoGP. It's in the game. And it just was so real. I love that game. I bet it looks so cool nowadays. Now you're gonna make me go back and look. Let's see. It's in the game. And here's another thing. I don't know how big of traders you guys are. I'm not trading at the size that, you know, John's trading at, or even like JR. He's trading multiple size contracts, I believe. So maybe, if I was doing something like that, then um, I would probably look into a different platform. Does that make sense, guys? Like seriously, I think if you're just trading onesies and twosies, it's like I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, I've made it clear a lot of times, guys, that like for me, for futures trading, the way that I was taught, I personally like to kind of follow from what I understand. We have a lot of like day traders who, just trade uh, futures all the time. I get that. But I was taught originally to use it as a hedge tool, and I really like the idea of that. I'll like I basically took my system and found a way for people to use it on the daily. But for me personally, I'd much rather just trade because it gives me high blood pressure of doing um, futures every single day. I prefer to dabble around, have some fun here and there. Like this year, I'm up on my futures account. You know, it's cool. I was up last year, you know, and so I'm happy about that. But I'm not trading the kind of size where, I think I need to get a different broker, you know, 20 contracts or something, something crazy. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Mm. Oh my God, I can't believe so I have a session at Simpler again at 10:30. It's like that time is just like awful, you know? Yeah, I will be on YouTube again. Um, it's and look what we're doing. Like this is like Groundhog Day. This is exactly what we were doing yesterday, right? Right here at the edge. Remember? This was yesterday. Here we are again at the edge. Hey guys, it's me again, John. We're at the edge. Just gonna sit here. Yeah, for sure. Look at it. See, and then I talk about it and it bounces right back up. It's awesome. I think it's 12:40. I think. Another big thing, I get my door put in tomorrow. I'm really trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. I need to ask the guy if he doesn't mind coming in every day after 10:30, which is kind of hopefully that's not an annoyance for him. Actually, we're gonna do that right now while we're on the phone. Let's see, where are you, buddy? Hey, Eric. Yeah, I think once I got into a bio and I was concerned. I noticed I was the only volume on it. Um, and I think this is way before I even started doing trendy trading. Um, and I was a little concerned, but I'll tell you what, when it went up, they sure were wanting to buy it from me. I was really worried. It's kind of like when I first kind of got into options and I bought a bioform. I bought God dang man, what is the name of that company? I finally got a letter in the mail that said, like when there's a lawsuit or whatever. Um, I knew they were just trash, man. Wow, I cannot think of the name. Once I think of it, I'll tell you guys. But I bought calls in it, and it worked out. But nobody was buying them except for me. It was absolutely dead. But man, when it shot up, it was easy to get out. Oil's on fire. Looking good. BAC and JPM banks. What do you guys think? BAC kind of, yeah. And it finally is breaking over the edge right now. Um, let's go higher time frame. Yeah. Inside and up right now. And we have Jerome coming on. Did I get an opportunity to buy cheaper? What are y'all's thoughts? What do you guys think? I like it. I like it a lot. 37, 57 would be the next target. Those are 27 by 28 next week. Is that crazy? Going right into Jerome talking. I don't know if Jerome's talking about anything important, but I know if he just opens his mouth, it can move the market. So it doesn't, I don't know. That is horrible, man. You know, in the Air Force, it was such a big deal. Every year we had 101 days of summer, and we always talked about barbecue grills. It's like, do you know how many accidents happen with barbecue grills, guys? It's a lot. Okay. I'm gonna try some weeklies in BAC. Whoops. Ready to go, baby. Yeah, it just switched over. Luckily, did I buy BA? No. Okay. Maybe a little risky going into Powell, but can't make any money if I don't try. Let me put this in the room just so you guys can see it. Kind of the support there. Let's open this up. Supporty. 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 What? ES over PMC? Let's go! Just kidding. Oh yeah, I had a few targets on here. Damn support, man. So okay, so it hit the inside and down there on the 5 minute, guys, and I want you to pay attention to the cloud. Okay. Here comes a line in the sand. Is he talking early or something? What's going on? What do we got here? Just a fat finger on the trigger? Google's still up $1.70. Hasn't really changed. Meta's up 2. Microsoft is a nice little winner today to the upside. Is Spotify like an inverse of the market? It was going up when the market kind of acted like it was going down. And then when the market shot up, it kind of pulled back. Weird. Very weird. Let's look at the dollar really quick. I sent you a text, Melissa. Or a DM, sorry. Isn't that crazy? I did. Yeah, they're taking care of it. So that it was. Yeah, why Spotify go down when the market goes up? Come on, man. Come on, baby. Thought I was gonna get my second trim again. Or my first trim, sorry. Ugh. You know what I like about SLB is that on the daily chart you got the YE, the WE, and the ME under that just a little bit. So basically between 51 and a half by 53 and a quarter, it's pretty much like, yeah, a zones. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What is it? Schlumberger? What is that? Like a hamburger place? What is that? I said, what's Schlumberger? That's what I thought. Okay. Mm, mm, okay. Yeah, Trader X and B said it. Slumber J. Look, man, in my book, it's Schlumberger. All right, brother. Take care, man. That was Omer for anybody that didn't recognize that voice. Mhm. So DXY on the month. Let's see the dollar. So push right into the 23.6, guys. 103.91. And it's backed off from there. Slumberjack. Yeah, man. Have a nice day. That's my portfolio. T Camp. That picture up there. I used to ask my buddy all the time. I'm like, "How are you doing today?" And he would send me that picture. And I was like, it's just like, yeah, like damn. Yes, did push indeed. Got that little spike into that 5 minute inside and down. Didn't quite touch the line in the sand, but got you excited for a second, right? Let's see if the cloud can hold now. Yeah, I feel that. It definitely feels like that, you know. After the last several weeks, it's really dull, right? It's kind of like kind of dead. the excitement factor just in that digest period. Um, CBS. No, no, go ahead. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. This inside and out formation, that CBS, this is the second time it's come in here on the monthly. It's really wide though, 85 by 76. And it's hanging on to the lower end of the monthly cloud. It's interesting, you know. I feel like just a trade right here with maybe a stop, maybe $2 down, for a pop back up into 88. But with the market being on its third leg down, let's go to the daily. 1, 2, 3, 30. Yeah, three down. 1, 2, 3. Last time this happened was January 13th. We had 3 days down. All right, guys, I'm going to get prepared here to have a session here in 1 minute. So I'll talk for about an hour and then I'll drop off after that for a bit. But from 10:30 to 11:30 Central, I'll be on the mic. So let's go ahead and get started here. All right, guys. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Nice session there, Chris. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get started here. I love that DE play. Market's coming into a little bit of support, so we are going to go ahead and start. Hi, Lorna. Hi, Duncan. Mirza. Let's go. So check out these levels. So I presented these levels. I put them in chat this morning. I guess I could have put them up here in the alerts, but I cannot make this stuff up. This is Groundhog Day. I literally was at the same exact spot yesterday when I was live yesterday. So we're coming off of the trendy edge. We found support here. This was a blueprint that I'm looking at. This is definitely what I'm interested in, and I could title these differently, and I like to do that for fun because Jerome will be on the mic at about 12:40 Eastern time, would be about 11:40 here, or 10 minutes after I jump off the mic. And so that puts me exactly where I was yesterday. And again, I'm going to be looking at this as this is a time to just kind of hang out into the session. The better place to go long was down here at support. And far as resistance is concerned, it's going to be the top of the cloud, just like it was yesterday. You're stuck in here, right? And this is where bulls, if you guys want to see a bigger move, we're going to have to build value up and over 41.31. Okay, up and over 41.31. Again, look at the levels though. The levels are working great. If you're thinking about getting long towards the top here, it just means that you're looking for too much confirmation. All right, today's session alone, our risk was 3.65. And again, trading the PMZ. Let's go over the PMZ or the pre-market zone. Look to go short below it, look to go long above it. Let's go ahead and just kind of go through what's happening so far this morning. No closes above the PMZ. Price came down into the edge. We found support here. We're chopping around. We get this big chaotic candle, but the line in the sand. So this is one of my indicators, by the way, guys. Line in the sand. I don't talk about it a lot. Basically what it is, it's not the cash close. It's the maintenance period, okay? And what we found is during the maintenance period, we get a nice pivot that creates what's called the line in the sand. And we've been using this for many, many years. And what it is when you're below it, it's resistance. When it's above it, it's support, okay? And notice here, we're just kind of chopping around with it. But note, the PMZ is giving you a let's call it 3.75 risk today, and your reward to the downside again would be the trendy edge at 41.07, going short around 41.14, going long at 41.18, and so far your reward being the line in the sand up around 41.22. So not much far as risk reward goes, but this would be common for a choppy session. Okay. Let's look at the bigger picture once again, the 4 hour. I want to come in here and rename these with you because I love doing this. It's fun. So let's do the text note. Before I do that though, just understand this is supply and it was tested right here. And so therefore it could be weaker if we were to get up there and test it. Now, I don't know what Jerome is supposed to be speaking about today, but this is, I would say, the dovish zone or the bull zone. So I'm going to call it the Jerome bull zone, right? This is where we go if he says something that just, rips the market, all right? This is going to remain resistance, okay? And this down here is going to remain support. And then if he says anything, okay, that's going to dictate that the market pull back, let's go ahead. I'm going to leave it as demand, but let's also just say a bearish Jerome. All right. Or you could say hawkish, whatever. You could say hawkish here. Okay. I just need you guys to understand what these are. Hawkish zone. And I love doing this anytime we have a big catalyst on the horizon. Okay. So there we go. That's what it looks like. And there's nothing that's changed from this morning when I had given you this chart. But let's go ahead and take a screenshot. And I'm going to put it in here. And as I say, let's go ahead and test those levels and see how they do going into today. All right. So there we go. 12:40 Eastern. That's right. Yep, he does speak. So I use what's called Market Watch, and I use that every weekend. It's free, and it gives me the information that I need to know, coming up. And if we come over, so for example, if we come over here and look right here. So first of all, these are the earnings that we have after market. So we have Chipotle, by the way. I love to see how they do. Nothing else on here that I'm really that interested in. Tomorrow morning we have Uber, CVS. Definitely want to see CVS. It's in a quarterly demand zone. Disney, very interested in, and some energy names. But over here on the Market Watch, I have put this out over the weekend and then they changed it, which I haven't seen that they typically change these. And if you look over here, and this reminds me, I need to make sure I get some flowers for my wife soon. But over here on Tuesday, we can see that Fed chair. So if you guys are always looking for this information, you just come out here to Market Watch and you can find it for free right here. So we have Jerome coming on the mic, and then it's followed at 2 p.m. Eastern for Chair Michael Barr. And then tomorrow, these weren't on here on Sunday either. We have a lot of Fed talking as well. Check that out. So they are really consuming that space that was empty at one time. They said, okay, well, we're going to come in here and kind of shake things up. So market is bouncing, right? It's bouncing. It's bouncing from this level. It's coming into the top of the cloud, exactly where we were yesterday. Okay. You can also see that, let's look for, I'm into BAC, by the way, if anybody cares about this. This is an intraday trade. I don't feel like this is warranted for, posting out there, but the BAC is kind of intraday trade for now. I'm in the 37 calls, which I believe are pretty close to at the money for only 20 cents. And what I'm looking for is support to hold, okay? Maybe a quick spike into resistance. And then again, I'm trying to be patient. What I would like to see is down here. Now, as a disclaimer, I want really everyone to understand this, okay? Because when I say things in honestly, anytime somebody gets on the mic and they're speaking to you and they're coaching, it's really easy to feel like this tone, right? And the last thing that I ever want to do is to put sentiment on somebody. I'm a very mechanical trader, but I also have to be careful when I say things that for me, if I say things too much over and over, then I start feeling a little bit of bias. And I don't personally like bias when it comes to trading because I think you can get run over very quickly by being stubborn. Me and my buddy were just talking about that yesterday. He's like, man, I'm too bullheaded. And I said, what do you mean? He was like, I was in the Army, man. That's what he said to me. And I said, well, I was in the Air Force. So we were going back and forth, but my story, basically what I'm talking about is like, don't create a bias in your head. All right, let's be mechanical. Buy off the support level. My risk today is 4 points. Okay, trim at levels to the upside. That would be all of these. And when we get to resistance, let's see if we start to push up into here. And if we start to roll over, we'll look to go short. All right. And if for some reason you find yourself down here at this beautiful demand zone, I'll be coming over to a shorter time frame and probably buying the dip in here. Okay. Now, why am I doing that? Well, right here, folks, this is really important. I talked about this before, and I think all of you should do this. So this is going to be my first lesson for today. Take one entire year, okay? Use the daily chart and go back and look how many down days you typically get. And I'll tell you that it runs from 1 to 3 days on a bullish cycle. And we are bullish and we're pushing up into what we call a down range, okay? And so 1 to 3 days is very, very common. Guess what, folks? This is the third day, okay? And right now we're positive, okay? But this was the third day and we're coming down. Notice that we came right into the 9 EMA cloud. That's an exponential moving average. The cloud is there to help you stay in the trend. And when prices pull back down into the cloud and they synergistically come together with a demand zone, we look to go long. Notice I've written trigger long down here on Sunday. And so far, we were very close to it. And you can see the 9 EMA is down there for support. All right. but the market is waiting for Jerome to signal some sort of move. All right. Now, rounding bottoms. I love rounding bottoms in the market. They kind of tell the story. You come into demand, and the next thing that you're looking for on a rounding bottom is a higher low. Okay, this is a process, folks. So these are daily candles. Remember, 1 day down, 2 days down, 3 days down. We found demand. We have an EMA cloud here. And now also, if you look very closely, we actually have a higher low. So my biggest thing this morning was like, yeah, sure, we're in support. Sure, I want the demand zone, but we are making a higher low so far. It's not until we take out this pivot and the signal here at 4103 and a quarter that I start to feel higher probabilities that we'll actually hit that demand zone that I showed you on the 4 hour. Okay. So let's just be clear about that. If any of you guys have any questions, please ask me. Okay. Wait, Trinity John, rental flowers. What? Is there such thing, SR? Is he being funny? SR, but it's a real bummer if you miss payments. Is that true, guys? Like you could just do like a is that like a subscription? Oh man, this is too funny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know how my wife would feel about that. Everybody's doing that. So I met one of the she's a friend of mine here in Florida, and she created an international business where they rent out kids' clothes. She's like one of the number one internationally. And she's a friend of mine here in Florida, and it's just such a cool idea, right? Like the rental space. Like I personally, I went to New York several weeks ago, and I think you guys know that I got really sick, unfortunately. So a lot of money well spent being prepared, and then I didn't do a whole lot. But I thought to myself, I would have much rather rented clothes, nice clothes to go to New York for all the shows and all that kind of stuff. Because where I live in Florida, we literally are in shorts and flip-flops almost year round. So we don't quite get dressed up here because we live on the water, a lot of water sports and stuff like that. I love that idea. Anyways, let's move on. So ES futures again came into a little bit of demand. That's what the indicators are there for. One thing we'll talk about is that rounding bottom. What is the next step? Well, this is an inside candle. Okay, right now it's inside. We're up 3 points, whopping 3 points. This is the body. I get a lot of questions. Hey, John, how do I identify an inside candle? So here's your second lesson for today. So first, we talked about pattern recognition, understanding that the market pulls back 1 to 3 days, okay? Especially in a bull cycle, all right? And you're looking on that third day for demand, okay? Second day, we actually hit demand yesterday, all right? This level here. Third day, sure, I want it lower, but I can't be too biased. So right now, what I'm telling you is if the body right here of yesterday, if we can hold in here, this is really going to set me up very nicely. So when I say this, I mean by the end of today's close, okay? By today, end of close, if we close in this body, what this will set me up for is what I call an inside and up or inside and down formation. Everybody understand? Inside and up or inside and down formation. And these are some of the most powerful formations. And out of these formations are where we get these big moves. Matter of fact, this is what I teach to look for institutional buying and selling. So I love to see it actually set up. And it's not that difficult to do. Okay. So again, let's bring this down about right there. And I don't have to be perfect, but it just needs to be right in between here. Okay. And then tomorrow, if for some reason we close in here, okay, tomorrow, this is how I trade this. I go long above this level, all right, or short below this level, all right, because an inside and up would look like this. Tomorrow, let's just say this was the close today. Boom, we go inside and up, or we go inside and down, okay? and then we'll look for that demand zone. So right now, you got me at that period, and I apologize. Tomorrow, I'm actually in here at 9:30, which might be a bonus because you might actually get to see me trade, and we could take some trades here before the end of the day. But this is what I'm looking at so far, okay? And let's see here. While we were talking, BAC started to move a little bit. So I'm going to come over here and do this. And then I'm just going to put some trims in on this BAC. All right. So, all right. So this is what I'm waiting for. All right. Does everybody understand that? Does everybody that's listening, do you understand what I mean by trading my portfolio according to the ES? So if we're trending to the upside, all right, then I want to be net long in my portfolio. So I want to have, and honestly, folks, I just look at this. I've been doing this for many years. This is what I'm looking at. I don't have to individually pick things out. I'll pick out my favorite names, of course, but if this guy is coming down into demand, then I'm looking to my favorite stocks to get in them. And when the ES is moving into resistance and so forth, I'm trimming and pulling stops up. If I'm looking for the ES futures to be choppy, which is exactly what's going on, what do you think my approach is? Well, if you want to get advanced, you could be looking at selling iron condors, credit spreads, whether it's puts or calls. But if I'm going to go directional, I'm just looking for base hits. It doesn't have to be anything that's, I'm just not looking for the home run is what I'm trying to say, okay, for right now. And if I'm wrong, okay, and I'm sitting here being patient, and all of a sudden, you get this spike like this, then, I'll cash out on some of the other trades like BAC and so forth, okay? But my portfolio right now is really balanced, okay, in my opinion. So I'm sitting over here, our gold position is starting to slowly move back up, right? I got some BAC in here. And then I did a pins trade that I'll show you guys that I did. And I'd love to share that with you because it's a great example of how these work. Let's see, CP tag JC here made a blast off looking at pin 200. I'm definitely interested in look at that as well. Let's look at EMPH. We'll do that as well. And if you guys have any other charts you want to look at, again, we're kind of open up this session until things change. I think we're just kind of sideways. Again, if you want to take these levels from me and trade and there's my first trim there on BAC at 25%. So this is what I mean by base hits, just so everybody can understand. My thing for base hits is probably, and it can change a little bit, but 25%, okay, probably like 40%, and then you bring stops up. I'm not looking for home runs. In a trending market, it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to be like, 40%, 60%, 100%, and then you have runners. But I like to be a little bit more, I don't know, just more conservative, if that makes sense. Okay. So for my numbers this morning, and I can give these numbers every single morning, right? So if you want to ask me in the morning, hey, John, would you mind sharing the PMZ numbers? I'm happy to do that. And the way that these are traded, okay, is that you can do ES or SPX or SPY off of this or micros, okay? And again, 10 points to the upside is about $1 in the SPY. So what would you do here? You just go long the SPY contracts, at the money, if you will. And then you start trimming into the targets above. Okay. Hope that makes sense. And if for some reason we break down, then you're looking to go short. It really is about as mechanical as we can make it. There are a couple rules around it. Do you want to wait for prices to close above, or do you want to try to, take it on the break? And that's about as difficult as it gets. Okay. It's just trying to figure out, you could tailor it to your needs. Okay. All right, so let's move around. So let's look at Meta. Meta's actually taking off, and somebody said 200 pin. And I want to use this as an example. Let's actually get some levels here, all right? And once again, I want to show you the PMZ, and I want to show you any name that you guys want to see how the PMZ reacts to trading. I want to share it with you. Matter of fact, if you come up here, you can see here that the PMZ this morning is a risk of 33 cents. Because this is a 3-digit, right? 190. This is a big name. For me personally, I would at least round this up to 50 cents, okay? 50 cents, all right? So if I were to come down here and do 50 cents, a dollar, depending on how much time you want in here, my whole idea is, do I want to go long Meta or do I want to go short? Okay? Anybody want to take a guess here? What would I want to do this morning if I were trading Meta, right? And when I look at it, it's an uptrend. Notice that I have my banners here, guys. This is just Fibonacci. And basically, we're looking back to see if we're in a bull channel of those different time frames, okay? And if we're in a bull channel, it's going to say extremely bullish and so forth. So it doesn't take a whole lot to notice that Meta is actually just in a sideways channel, okay? And anytime we find ourselves in a position where things are going sideways, and let me go ahead and take you to a whiteboard, okay? If we're in a channel, I want you to call this, well, you can call it whatever you want, all right? But let's call this, okay, top of the curve, okay? And this down here, folks, is lower end of the curve, okay? So what do you want to do? I know this may seem trivial, but you actually, when price is moving up towards the top of the curve, we want to look at getting short or bringing our stops up, okay? Or bringing our stops up, raising those stops, and continue with the trend. When price comes down to the lower end of the curve, we want to be looking to go long, okay? This is what we do in channels. All right, I don't care if they're 20 bucks wide, or if they're $10 wide, or they're a few pennies wide. We look for trading off those channels. And what you'll start to notice is that if it's a bullish accumulation, you'll start getting higher lows towards the bottom of the channel, okay? And then it'll kind of stall here, and then you'll make another higher low, okay? And all of a sudden, when you look back, you're going, oh, okay, I'm seeing what's going on here, right? This down here is holding as support. This has been tested several times. And then when you finally get that break, a lot of traders, unfortunately, jump in right away. And then it just kind of comes back to retest. And this is where I like to take the trade on a breakout, is when it comes back to test this level. And if I have a cloud down here, I'm trading off of that cloud, okay? So let's look at Meta, okay? This is in a channel, all right? And the top of the channel is way up here. You're somewhere, you're right in the middle, okay? You're right in the middle. So the better place to trade today, and this is what I love about this, is that using a PMZ gives me that mechanical approach from an intraday perspective. All right, does everybody understand that? It's a intraday perspective, okay? And let's go ahead. I'm going to trim some more BAC, folks, at 35%. Again, just base hits. So we're going to look at it from that perspective. All right. Does anybody that's listening right now have a question about the PMZ, the pre-market zone? Pre-market zone. That's what this is. What this is formulated off of is data within the pre-market, because what I found many, many years ago is everybody said, I don't use pre-market data. And the reason why people were telling me they weren't using it, and I listened, is because there's not enough volume there. Okay? There's not enough volume there. But what I realized is, regardless if there was volume there was actually things moving off of there. I'm like, there's something here, right? There's something there, folks. There's something there, or it wouldn't be working. And I figured out what that something was, all right? Now, a lot of people use, I'm trying to remember, and if you remember, please let me know. It's a breakout strategy. It's like using the first 10 minutes or the first 5 minutes. Anybody know what that name is? Anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to remember. It's a very popular strategy that's out there. You can learn it, and it actually works pretty decent. I want to just say it's called a breakout range of a 10-minute chart. So if you think about it, okay, if I were to take you into this, what they're doing a lot of times is they wait for 10 minutes, all right? And let's say that down here, you got a low. Say this is a 10-minute period, okay, right here, 10 minutes. They find the top and they find the bottom. And then they're taking the longs over this as a strategy and or taking the short as a strategy. I love this because honestly, at the end of the day, the PMZ is not a 10-minute strategy, but it does give you a very clear idea. Okay. Now, when you brought up Meta, the first thing that I'm going to look at are my edges. Okay. Now, this is not to pick on anybody. I've been doing this a long time. So please understand that. Most of the time when people come in and they first they bring something up, they'll say, "Hey John, oh my God, look at this." And I promise you, 9 times out of 10, when somebody tells me to finally look at something, I open it up and it's literally by a trendy edge. What does that mean, folks? What does that mean when we're approaching the edge up here? It means that we're actually approaching resistance from your standpoint. If you're not a supply and demand trader, I'm just going to use that word. They're not the same, but you can use that word to make you feel better. All right. So it is resistance for now. So for me, if you just brought this up to me, I am only going to take this trade if we can hold above this level. And I'm only going to take this trade on the downside if it comes into a level. Let's go ahead and zoom in and you can see those levels. So I'm taking a trade off a reclaim here. I'm actually trimming and bringing my stops up here. Just want everybody to understand that. The next thing is, I think somebody yesterday said, "John, I was thinking about shorting." And I said, "Why would you think about shorting? Take the strategy that I teach you from the chaotic candle, come up to the pivot high, and you will note that the 23.6 and the 38.2 are holding." For me, this is where I learned a long time ago that I can have an advantage over most traders. Most traders, for some reason, want to short things just because they're going up. Not me. I want to measure things. I want to use fibs. And I understand that when we are in a bullish move, like this one, folks, I do not want to short it unless it starts to break down below the 38. Now, you might say something like, "John, but man, it's trading at 189, and if it goes to 178, then that's like a $9 move that we missed out on." Sure, there's a lot of other things in the market we can trade that are breaking down below the bullish channel. Also, if it breaks down below the 23.6, you can always take the risk and just lie it up here. Say that's your stop. Say that price starts to break down below the 23.6. Okay. Then guess what? Your stop is here. We trade down into the next fib. We still have strategies around it, but what I'm trying to tell you, big picture, these levels are holding, folks. And I can't make this stuff up. I teach you where to place these fibs. You can look at them. You can see the proof of concept right here. Okay, this is not high insight trading. Matter of fact, this happened plenty of days ago, and you can see that the levels continue to hold. Now, always incorporate if this, then that. It will help you. It'll help you stay on the right side of the trade, but it's going to take a lot of perseverance, a lot of discipline to stay patient when it's needed. Because most traders, for some reason, they want to speculate right around here. Well, I think it's going to break out to here. Well, I think it's going to break down to here. Me, it's if this, then that. If price can break over my supply levels, I'll go long. If price comes down into demand levels, I'll go long. Okay? All right, let's see. Let's go up here. EMPH, let's go ahead and knock that out really fast. And if you wouldn't mind, please tell me what type of trade you're looking for. So when you guys just give me a name, it's hard for me. Not hard. I mean, I'm going to give you the big look, but I want to know what you're interested in. Are you looking for a 1 to 3 day trade? Are you looking for a week trade? Are you looking for a monthly trade? What are your expectations? So the first person that asked me in EMPH, what do you want to know? Expectations. We talking long term, short term? What are you thinking? Okay. So Kyrie looking for a short DPC for 7 days. On EPH, we'll just start here. That was the first question, so we'll come over here. This is what I'm looking at, okay? This is an inside and up formation so far, okay? It's got bear pressure right around the trendy edge. The blue levels are for my leap traders, for long-term traders. If you want to look at proof of concept, check this out over here. This is where you're looking to go long for a leap. And then as you approach this target, this is where you'd be getting out, okay? Now, far as this is concerned, I am not bullish on EMPH until a weekly candle can close above 227, okay? And that is just an estimate. Matter of fact, you can see I just missed it by a long shot. Give me a second here. So around 226 and a half or so, okay? That's a if this, then that. I'm very patient, folks. So it needs to close above here or it needs to come down to here. All I'm doing is using my levels. This is a neutral strategy, just like this. I don't want to go short and I don't want to go long yet, okay? Neutral. Now there's other ways that we can collect money. We can sell credit and that type of stuff. And then my targets, I'm just going to come up here and I'm going to use the levels that are provided for me, okay? We don't have to go over this right now, but those are levels to the upside. And levels to the downside, I would use this pivot low here, okay? And then I would come down and use my past edges. And I know you can't see all of this, but this is the way that I find levels and right there, okay? So I do a neutral strategy every week on SPY and QQQ. Let me go ahead and show you. That's what that looks like. We go short underneath the red, trim at the targets. Go short underneath the red, trim at targets, okay? All right, so right here, this is a neutral strategy for EMPH. Just like this. And let's see, what was the next one here? Let's come up here. It looks like, okay, you said EMPH, Trendy John, DPZ, Dominoes. There we go. Why not, right? All right, DPZ. All right, so let's look at the long term. So the weekly, choppy. I wouldn't expect anything here. Let's go to the monthly. And let's see, DPZ, John, MS looks like BAC, but hasn't moved much yet. Trinity John, GS DPZ, please. Short. And let's come up here. And DPZ. Okay, so here's the monthly. And I just want to show you, okay? Powerful levels that I'm teaching you guys, okay? If you look down and to the left, we have what's called an inside and up formation. Everybody see that? And there's this beautiful little green arrow on my indicators that let me know, hey, John, take a look at this zone. So we come up here, we find that zone. Again, I'm not doing this as high insight. This is what I teach you to find. That's the inside and up formation. Notice that price leaves here, okay? Comes back here, finds value. That's what demand is all about. It pushes. At first, you know, you're looking at this, you're like, okay, that's cool. 300 into 395, folks. That's the power of a high time frame demand zone. Pretty awesome. Also, the power is understanding how important this level of this cloud is. That cloud is resistance until proven otherwise. So if you're taking a long-term trade based off of monthly zones, you need to have the right mind frame. You cannot be looking for profits right away, even though sometimes you may get them. The idea is that you commit to the monthly candle. Monthly candle comes in, I hold until I see the close of this monthly candle. Notice the next month picks up, pushes up into the cloud. If you're trying to get long inside a cloud, a lot of times you will get defeated, unfortunately. Okay. Right now, this is your resistance point. Okay. So you asked about DPZ. This is a if, this, and that. I hate to tell you, but I mean, you're kind of at that point where you want to get long here. You want to trim up here and you want to stay patient right now. Okay. So let's go into a smaller time frame. I'm going to take you into a daily. All right, just like that. So again, how many days down have we had? We had one here, then we popped. It was still 2 days down, 3 days down. So 3 days down, and now we're popping today. We're still down a buck. Now, looking for demand for me, I'd much rather be looking to go long between 346 and 341. Resistance for now is right here at 356, and then up here at 366. We need above that for this to really start looking bullish, okay? That's dominoes for me. From a 4-hour perspective, let's talk about it. It's in the cloud. It's going to be choppy. Those are the rules, okay? It's choppy. Notice here on the daily, we have resistance. It's also resistance up here, and it synergistically comes together with the cloud, okay? All right. You can also put some trend lines in here if that's what you're into. For me, I don't really use that stuff, but demand and supply, you can see right here. We have an inside and up, boom, right in there. So yeah, this really, the lower we get down here at 341, I really like. So nice rebound so far, but just understand it's just a rebound trade at the moment. At the moment, if this then that, okay? All right, let's go ahead and move down. MS looks like BAC. Let's see. MS. Morgan Stanley. All right, up $99. Let's look at XLF before we even get into that. Let's look at XLF. Where the financials as a whole, can the financials move to the upside? Now, they've been really choppy for quite some time. And like I said, I'm just playing like a intraday trade. But MS right here, or XLF, sorry, you could see that the financials came into a little bit of demand here and are pushing up towards resistance. So I think BAC, MS, and all them have about this much space to move right now. So just kind of like understand what I'm saying. So if you're just now getting into one, the move has kind of happened, right? Does that make sense? The move has kind of happened. So me, just like the ES futures, I can use the XLF to trade off of, all right, and understand where the bulk of GS, MS, BAC, JPM, where they can really get to go. So asking you, looking at this question, that's just a 4-hour. If I come over here to a weekly, this is why I'm interested in financials. Guys, you want to look at something that looks powerful? Look at this thing. Okay? Look at this. Look down here on your TTM Squeeze Pro, right? Look at my the color changes in my candles. So these are basically part of my indicator. This is telling you momentum, okay? So momentum was green. It went from red to green. It shot up. It came to neutral. It went sideways, kind of like your TTM squeeze, okay? When things just kind of get in a squeeze and they're going sideways. And that now we got 2 yellow bars. This is my favorite to get long on, especially on lower time frames. When we come into demand and then we see the yellow bars on the histogram, okay? So notice that price is pushing up out of here. We have 2 yellow, red to black, and I'm looking for XLF to potentially move into underneath this structure. So I'm looking at it from a longer term perspective. That demand down here worked, and I want to see prices push up towards the 37.96. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. So this is what would attract me every single day. So my strategy would be, hey, if this XLF is looking bullish, and let's just say that I want to trade MS, okay? All right, I would come over here and I would get on the 5-minute chart and just say, hey, man, XLF looks bullish. Let's take it long over the PMZ. Look at the results, folks. I mean, it's just fast and quick intraday trading until it's not, because a lot of these trades out of the PMZ, they'll give you what you're looking for, and then sometimes they'll just do this. And then you have these huge, powerful trades just from using today. Again, round this up to about 10 cents of risk, folks. 10 cents of risk. And you can apply this to option trades. You can apply it to equity trades and so forth. Everybody understand that? This is what I love about this strategy. Okay? So again, we find what we want on a higher time frame. We go to a smaller time frame, and then we trade it mechanically. Okay? All right. So MS, again, if we go back, all right, it's going to look like a lot of the trades here. You need to get above this supply zone of about 99.76. If we can hold there for a day, I think we can move to the upside. Let's go to the weekly. All right, this is MS again. You can see my next trade or my next target over that is 101.47 and then 105.44. Okay, I hope that helps you. But right now you are at some resistance. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, let's go ahead and move on. All right, and see what you guys got. So GS. Yeah, let's look at GS. I bet it looks the same. And let's go ahead and clear the drawing set there. Remember we were just talking about the round and bottom? I mean, this is absolutely beautiful, guys. Got a trendy edge there. If you don't think the edges work, man, whew, long term, okay? Long term trade. Long term this year. Let's go ahead and move in. Support inside and up. Let's go ahead and find a location here. I'm going to come just a little bit underneath the body of this. My next target is going to be just about the top of that, and then the trendy edge, and then the trendy edge. I'm bullish on this. It's if this and that. 364 holds. I'm looking for 385, 395, 407. Now, I understand if you're brand new to this and just listening, you're going, okay, that's $9 of risk there. But again, folks, remember, this is just the bigger picture. Okay. I don't concentrate on being perfect for a swing trade. What I'm concentrating on is whether my levels hold or not. I'm not looking at my percentage. It's about patience, process, then percentage. Okay. Very, very key to having the confidence and being disciplined for these type of trades. All right. Let's move over here. Check out the daily. Absolutely beautiful in my opinion. Unlike the other trades that I was showing you, what is the difference here? GS is starting to get above that resistance. So today, from a daily perspective, notice how these change. From a larger time frame, I said 364. If you want to trade it today, 371.82 needs to hold. If you want to trade it today, we're looking for that area right there to be resistance at 374.39. Up above that, let's go to the left. Notice that we have this topping wick and this down pressure candle here. I'm basically going to go like that. These are going to be your targets. This is going to be your support right here. Okay, and this is how we set up almost every single morning. All right, we find these on higher time frames. We look for the support. We look for demand and supply. We'll draw little arrows and say, hey, this is where we want to get long and this is where we want to trim. So for GS, we would right here, this is long-term support. Okay. And this is daily support in here. Okay. So let's put, and I'll put this in the room as well. And then I'll show you from a PMZ perspective. All right. So this is our charts for right now. This is GS. Okay. And just do that. And let's go keep going down here. Trinity John, PMZ for the NQ. Let's do it. All right. Well, one more right before I move on. All right. So that's the 4-hour look. All right. Looks good. We have some supply there, by the way. You want to be careful, but it's already been tested. Okay. So come over to the 5-minute. All right. Now the PMZ on this, we didn't have any pre-market data. So the PMZ is actually, they didn't have a PMZ this morning. So there's just nothing we could do on that. Not a big deal. All right. So it's very illiquid this morning. All right. So that leads us to our next one, NQ. Let's do it. Let's do it, do it, do it. All right, NQ, want to see the PMZ. And just so you guys know, for my future traders who like trading futures, we have what's called a futures PMZ and we have a daytime PMZ. So the futures, or sorry, the night PMZ is what I meant to say. We have a night PMZ for night traders. And then during the day, we use this one that looks like this. Okay. So pretty cool. Just turn one on and turn the other one off. But check this out. So you asked about the NQ PMZ. Take the long above here. Your risk today was 12.65 points, and your reward was the trendy edge. Okay. So is it Tratus? I don't know if you're still here. Does this make sense to you? Do you have any questions before I move on? Yeah, I would definitely look at Diz. I was gonna take Diz this morning. Nope, haven't covered Chewy. Can definitely look at that. FICO long term. Train John, Google. Google's amazing today. Adobe. Yeah. So NQ. So let me show you the nighttime. If you guys trade the night, I come over here and on the PMZ, I'll just turn on futures. I'll kind of give you a demonstration of what that looks like really quick. I don't usually show that in here, but I will. More than happy to. So at night, they're yellow. Okay. At nighttime, they're yellow. So last night, we got the trade out of the PMZ, and you can see here the result. And then last night's PMZ for ES was awesome too. That actually worked out right away. So if I come over here and show the ES. Yeah, right. Come on, slow down for me, baby. Where are you at? Where are you at? And right there. All right, right here. So right away, last night, this worked out very, very well. And I think a bunch of us took this trade. I didn't hold that long, but it was a good trade. All right, so kind of give you an idea. It's the same concept though. All right, futures, no. Okay, apply, okay. All right. Yeah, we'll do just more base hits. So we'll keep trimming BAC as it kind of pulls back a little bit. Just kind of keep some runners for the day. All right, let's see. Let's see where we were. Google, please. Look at Diz. Yeah, let's look at Disney. Let's look at Disney. All right, so I want to show you guys pins too because I had a like a 4 for 4 record this quarter for my earnings strategy that I use. But I also want to show pins because so far it has not worked out. And I want to go over that really fast. So give me a few. I think it's really important to show trades that don't work out. And I shouldn't say that it hasn't worked out because it definitely could work out. But I want to go over it with you guys. This is Disney, okay? And I'm not sure what you're looking for because we have earnings on Wednesday, but I'm going to show you what I provided this morning, okay? So this was what we call a focus trade. And this trade itself, when I say focus trade, I give out trades every single morning before the market opens, and we have a plan. And so the idea is that we teach traders how to execute for themselves and not just rely on alerts. The idea here is that the arrows, and we go over this like, on audio, but that price is going to come down into this zone. And right here, I have a little note. Around here is where I want to take the trade. So you either want to take it here at this bottom box or right in here, or you want to start accumulating in here. So does that make sense? Anybody have any questions? So if Linda, you asked me about Disney, if anybody else asked me about Disney, let me know. All right. So let's just do step by step really quick. Okay. Do you understand why I put this level where it's at? Right? Most likely you probably don't. Okay. Probably don't understand. And that's okay. All right. Now, in this area here, all right, I just basically found a Fibonacci level that I teach you guys. And what I'm looking for down here is more of a demand level, folks. And down here is what I call the daily edge. And this is for my intraday traders. See this little yellow dotted line? All right. So I know that between here, Fibonacci level, and my demand zone is where I want to accumulate for an intraday perspective. Price comes in, you look to go long. And today, looking at the PMZ, notice we never got over the PMZ. Matter of fact, Disney is not bullish unless we start to break above 110.22. Sure, it was bullish from the zone. You make, a buck out of it. But for me, the bigger picture, guys, is up here. If you want to try a PMZ trade, the risk today is 21. I would just make it 25 cents. And then the idea is on a close over this 110.22, you're long. Okay. And that's if you missed it down here. And then your targets from an intraday perspective, I just use my previous levels. And then all of them are basically supply and demand. So we just go right up here. So it's 110.66 to 111.50. And the risk is 25 cents. So when you look at risk to reward, all of these setups on PMZs are really, really nice. That's what I like most about them. Okay. All right. So that is Disney. Now I'll be doing a video, and most likely I'll be doing that tonight, guys, where I push it out on Twitter, and it's going to give the idea for earnings. That takes a little bit more time for me to do. And what I'll do is supply and demand levels, and I want to show you what I did on pins. Okay, this is important because remember I told you it's important to show you the value of supply and demand because it doesn't really matter. I mean, it really does not matter whether or not you have a position, okay, or you have an event, I should say. So Jerome's speaking, or somebody else is speaking for whatever, right? If econ data is coming out, what's really important to understand about this particular setup is if we come over here and we look at this from a higher time frame perspective. I want to show you kind of how I went through this, okay? And we were trying to get some prices here for what we want to sell at, but let's see. Let's go right there. All right. So notice here, okay? You're not able to see that price came into here because it came into it after market. Now I gave two levels, okay? I gave two levels for our traders to look at, okay? And the reason why I did this, if we zoom in, okay, if we back this up and we zoom in, you're going to see why I put this level on there. And if you have any questions, please ask. This is a double inside and up formation. This is what we call a demand zone, and the move out was pretty strong. It wasn't like crazy strong. And then there was a little bit of background information, right? We know that Elliott took a stake in pins last year. I made 100% in this leap position, and I think that it's pretty strong. All right. So I'm looking for demand levels to hold. All right. So it's a little biased, just so you understand. It's a little biased. So I didn't want to like pick this demand zone down here at 18. I want to pick something a little bit closer to home. Home meaning the current price. I bought 17 March debit calls. And what I did this morning, okay, yesterday, what I do is I buy these, okay? So I buy here and I sell here, okay? And then I buy here and I sell here. Every once in a while, and I get it, you could have easily did an iron condor and made some money, okay, in this situation. But what I did was, after hours, it hit, it came right down into our level. I was $2 in the money. Everything was great. I was like, I'll sell those for profits and it'll pay for these. And then what I do is I buy back the short side and go long on the longer term debit calls. It's one of my favorite strategies, okay? It's just not a headache like some of the other type of strategies around earnings. So for me, for this type of trade, what happened though, what I want to show you is when I take you into the 4-hour, my demand level worked, and it's supposed to work. All right. It's supposed to work. And, not this well, but it did work. And so it put us right at break even, right? When we opened up this morning. So what I did, because they had a high implied volatility, I bought back the short side, and now I'm long into March for my calls to the upside, and I have a long time for it to work out. And then down here, I bought back the short side to the puts, and if the market wants to continue down this week for some reason and gets back down here, then I collect here, and it actually pays for this trade. And I apologize, I did not buy back the short side. I'm still in my debit on that side, I believe. Okay. But that was the strategy. And it's really cool to show this because the zones work, folks. The zones work. And that's the biggest thing that I like try to tell people is that this is not high insight trading. This is so cool. Once you learn it, it makes the hair on your arm stand up, or if you don't have any hair there, maybe, wherever else it is. But it is and should enlighten you. This stuff should make you super excited. You're finding levels before the masses. But what I'll tell you is that the most fear lives here and most euphoria lives here. So it's not natural at first to buy where we buy. But if you look back and you look at how your trading's going, most people sell their calls in here, okay? And then they buy puts here, and then this happens, okay? And then you're mad and you start buying right towards supply, and then as soon as you buy, prices drop on you. Most people just watch in here and their strategy doesn't really help them in that area, okay? It took me a long time to understand that, and I always share that story with people. I had to basically hit rock bottom. I got tired of losing, okay? So I had to find something that worked for me, and this works for me, okay? All right, so moving on down here, let's see if you get a chance to look at IBB. Let's take a look. And I always say when I'm doing this, I like doing this because it could talk me into a trade that I find that I wasn't thinking about. So 4 hour. First thing I want to tell you on IBB, green to white to red, I don't like that. All right, that's the first thing. Down here, TTM squeeze, red bar, black dots. Let's go down. Let's go to a higher time frame. Where would I want to get long? By the way, I shared this with you guys months ago. This worked out very well. Support, it hit our T1, almost hit our T2. But now, if you're thinking about just now about IBB, I want you to take this strategy. Just use this rally here, and we're going to find the 38.2. Okay. And I would say wait for, and what's cool about this is when I take this off, you're going to see that that level is confluent with the cloud. So be patient, let it come down into here, then look for a bounce play off of this. Okay. And that's 132.90 roughly. Okay. Next target is 139.60. If it digs in deeper, then I would be looking between 128 and 126. Okay. Yeah. So how do you make Bobby, you asked tell me how to make use of your risk. So the best way to make use of it, okay, and I'm glad you brought this up. We got 4 minutes, so let's end it on risk. Every single time I take a trade, I already know how much money I'm going to lose. Every time, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a swing trade, if it's an intraday trade, it does not matter. What I have found is in order for me to be able to take a trade, it's for me to be able to say to myself, I am going to lose X amount of money. And if I am confident in losing that money, I take the trade. It's not about how much I'm going to make. It really isn't. That's how I used to trade. Okay. So if I come in here and let's say that we're taking Apple out of the PMZ this morning. Okay. Notice how well it worked. It came in, it broke above. The risk today was 34 cents. How can you use this? For shares, it's pretty straightforward. If I did 100 shares and I were to get stopped out at 34 cents, I'm going to lose $34, right? Now, how can I use this from a perspective of options? Well, let's just use simple math, 50 delta. For every dollar that equity moves in my favor, I can make $50 per dollar, okay? So 50 delta. If I took out Apple and my risk, and we're going to round this to 50 cents, okay? Okay, because it's Apple. I wouldn't do 34 cents. That's just me. Even though it worked, I wouldn't use that. All right, so 50 cents is what personally what I would do. And for 50 cents, if I'm wrong per contract, if I'm stopped out here on my initial trade, then how much am I going to lose roughly? About $25. Okay, that's how I would use it. A 50 delta. I know what my risk is. I understand the math on it. And this is for an intraday setup. Okay, intraday setup. Does everybody understand that? Now, when you go home at night and you decide to keep a trade, you must assume full risk. That is my easiest answer for you guys when it comes to risk. If you hold options overnight, say to yourself, look at your overall allocation and say to yourself, I have $2,000 in options. If, and they're all net long, and if the market were to pull back, I could lose $2,000. If you're okay with that, go to sleep. If you're not okay with that, then you got to start thinking of different ways to approach the market. Okay. So I'm all about using and understanding what my stops are, what my risk is. Then I take the trade. Okay. There's a very strict process in which I execute trades. Okay. I hope that helps. All right. Anyways, so it's already 11:30, start out a little slow. I'm sorry. I hope, please use the blueprint that I shared with you guys. I love showing stuff by proof of concept. I'm very confident in my levels. I'm very confident in my patience. I hope that you can be patient as well. I hope that you apply some of these techniques that I'm teaching you, and I hope it helps out. I really appreciate you guys. See you soon. All right, guys, so I'm live back here at Trendy Trading. I see that you trimmed a little bit there on your base hit, Melissa. Good job. And then we got some trims on BAC as well. The rest of these are probably just runners. I'll kind of leave those alone and see what happens going into Mr. Jerome here. And so the way that I have this set up right now, give me 1 second to look. Yeah, I actually cannot lose money if the rest of these contracts go to zero on BAC. So that's kind of how I would, if you're looking at trying to hold on to profits, just think about the math real quick, and if you need to trim a little bit more here at only 7%, then that's something you can think about. But for me, nothing would happen if they went to zero. So kind of keeps me in the trade. Keeps me in the trade, if you know what I mean, man. All right. I'm a little bummed with Spotify. They're really testing my patience. It was looking really good this morning. I almost trimmed for like 10%, but I said, nah. Let's look at ZM. Freaking ZM, man. What the? Are they still around, dude? Oh my God, yeah, I see that the guys from Canada had their eyes on it as well. Woo! Look at it go, man. Nice one. Who wants to say it goes up to the edge and then comes back down? 83 by 84.62. Anybody want to bet? Who's going to short it up here? All right, so I want you guys to see how this goes down. So institutional, whatever. Okay, check this out. Institutions bought it here at the edge. Retail, right, right, and retail is just now talking about it. I can't make this stuff up. So retail, the way that I was taught, will start jumping on around here. Okay, they'll get a couple bucks out of it, maybe. You know, up towards the edge, maybe 84. And then they're kind of underwater for a few minutes. And then, and then after that, if it can hold 38.2, you could see 89. Okay. So let's just kind of see this is a great learning experience right here. Just kind of see how things, happen. This is a 4 hour chart, but yeah, the edges were there. So if you just happen to be looking at ZM today and you're like, well, it's reclaiming the edge, I'm going to go long. And by the way, it was a double stack edge, Melissa. So it's your YE and your ME. Pretty neat. And yeah. Mm, mm-hmm. It's awesome. Three stack, baby. Now I hear the guys behind me, talking about it and look at it. So as it approaches the edge, kind of pulls back. And I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but what I like to talk about is the FOMO. Shit. Somebody starts screaming. I was in a room a couple months ago where people like scream, man. They're so excited when stuff like this happens. And then imagine that euphoria and then some person coming in here trading is like, I'm putting 5,000 shares on it. And it doesn't look like much, but right now it's already dropped $1. So if I took 5,000 shares, I'm down 5 grand. I give up. I'm like, this sucks. I shouldn't have chased the FOMO. Lucky you. I've taught you. Come up here. Let's find this 38.2. Okay. Let's take the further one away. About right there. And let's use the trendy edge, which is here. So you have an area that you can use, you know? That's your neutral. I mean, really. I'd much rather buy it if it were to dip back down to 80 and a quarter or if it can hold over 83.03. I don't want to chase things. That's just me. So you can buy it at the 23.6 or the 38.2. Crazy. All right, is this guy about to say something? It's 11:35 here. I did. It was on Market Watch. Am I wrong, guys? This is such a weird time. There's the edge. So 83.03 was hit. It's good. Target. CHGG. What is that? Damn, down 20%. But it looks like it bounced. Let's see. I haven't. No. Sorry guys, I wasn't looking through main chat. I was trying to read all the the ask over there. Yeah, before you know it, you're gonna be like PH over there. I mean, seriously. I wish PH would jump on the mic and tell his. Yeah, I wish PH would jump on the mic and tell his story. You know, I think that it's kind of like Melissa. Melissa, what is your win rate? I mean, I think it's hard sometimes for people to like really like grasp the results if one becomes very disciplined. I really do. I think it's easy to come in here and be like, you were so beaten up wherever you were before, right? And then you come in and you see somebody like killing it, and you're like, this shit can't be real, right? Just do me a favor, do 30 days, stay disciplined. If your results are not good and you're sharing them daily in the focus or in the journal, I would actually be shocked if you do not end up doing well. If you can stick to the process and you cannot be like, "Oh, well, I was going to take the PMZ, but I was worried about the numbers." You just got to take the trade. Because what you're going to end up doing is going, man, the PMZ worked for like 50 points, man. Seriously. All I'm saying is be disciplined. That's all I'm asking. Just be disciplined. Do the same thing every day. No noise, no opinions, only mechanical. And if you can do that and you don't end up coming out with more wins than you had losses, I would be shocked. Now, if you're not profitable, but you have more wins and losses, that doesn't mean the strategy is messed up. It actually means, yeah, your allocation might be jacked, but for future traders, what it might be is because the first two trades before that, you got hit, right? This is where emotion comes in. You got hit, and then you take the next two trades and you're scared. It's okay. All right. Literally, it's okay. That's gonna happen. But for that, I can't really teach around that because I feel like that's such a personal journey. You have to figure out why you're scared or what's keeping you from holding a trade and those type of things. Some people, yeah, 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 and I talk about it all the time. I definitely have PTSD, right? Matter of fact, a lot of times I'm like, why am I not taking like $50,000 trades? Not from intraday perspective, I don't have that big of an account, but for some other trades, it's just hard. Nobody wants to lose $50,000. So yeah. Oh man, my neck, my neck. Yeah, I'm. So see, when you get the FOMO of ZM, you got to ask yourself, is it worth the risk to reward? And I am in no way trying to show you guys that it's not worth the reward because this shit can take off. What I'm saying is before you get FOMO'd, I want you to look at your indicators or ask me about the chart or whatever, and then go, okay, I'm cool. I'm taking a $2 stop, and I like the idea of it hitting 84.62. Cool, take it. But if you got FOMO'd at 83 and a half or 82 and a half and the edge is at 83, you might be like, the reward's not really there. But what I want to tell you, and from this, I really want you guys to like embrace this. Drink the Kool-Aid for a second. The edges were there before the news. Oh, there went ES. Gone. 16 points up. Mm-hmm. I know. That's a hard one. Oh yeah. That was the first reason why I was like, she's fake. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm like, yeah. They said their name's Melissa, but it says Mr. Beagle. Uh-huh. Yeah, maybe. Hmm. I'll tell you what, man. Yeah, and Chris, it's actually trading the edges, man. Pushed right up into the daily edge, and we went bid at the daily edge. Can't make that stuff up, man. Yeah, check out these dailies, Chris. Right there and right there. It's crazy, man. I made them like that because I want to be different than you guys. You know, I not only because they're dotted and they have a cloud on them. Yeah, and you guys can do that too. You can do whatever you want. You can just go in there and check it out. Okay. All right, guys, we're at resistance. We're up 21 points. BAC is back up to 30%. Kind of curious if this thing will keep going or not, but I don't want to overstay. What's that? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, I want to show you guys some pictures, so I will. I'm going to go to the dock because I think we're pretty much done with the dock. So, yeah, I'll be back.